Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. The pre-dawn hours held Gotham in a peculiar embrace, that quiet time when the city's pulse slowed to its most honest rhythm. High above the Spryan River, in the control room of the Finger Bridge, Dmitry Volkov sat surrounded by the gentle hum of machinery that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat. The bridge's mechanisms whispered their ancient songs. Hydraulic sighs, the soft click of relays, the distant vibration of steel cables adjusting to the night's changing temperature. Dimitri's weathered hands moved across the control panel with practiced grace, each switch and lever positioned exactly where muscle memory expected to find them. 37 years of midnight shifts had etched these movements into his very being. The bridge's rhythms had become his rhythms, its needs as predictable as the tide charts he consulted each evening before beginning his watch. Through the control room's tall windows, the harbor spread before him like a living map written in light and shadow. Gotham's skyline rose in the distance, its towers piercing the night like Gothic spires, while below the dark waters of the river carried their endless procession of vessels, secrets and stories. Each crossing told a tale, and Dmitry Volkov had witnessed them all. On the desk before him lay 2 logbooks, side by side yet worlds apart in their purpose. The official record, bound in standard city-issued leather, contained the mundane details required by the Department of Transportation. Times of bridge openings, vessel registrations, weather conditions, mechanical notes. But beside it rested another book entirely, a leather journal worn smooth by decades of careful handling, its pages filled with observations that would never appear in any official report. This was the Chronicle of Passages, and it held the true history of the Finger Bridge. Dmitry opened the chronicle to a fresh page, his fountain pen poised above the cream-colored paper. The date, October 15th, joined the thousands that had come before, each one marking another night of vigilant watching. He made his first entry of the evening. 247 IEM, standard cargo vessel, registration GB 4471, eastbound. Crew visible on deck, routine passage. Then, after a moment's consideration, he added in the margin, second time this week. Same route, same time. Worth noting. The patterns were everything. In 37 years of bridge operation, Dmitry had learned that Gotham's river told stories to those patient enough to listen. Ships that appeared on schedules that didn't exist. Vehicles that crossed but left no trace of their passage on the opposite shore. Cargo that defied both physics and reasonable explanation. The Chronicle documented them all with the careful precision of a scholar and the artistic eye of a poet. A movement on the harbor caught his attention. Through the control room's powerful binoculars, he observed a small pleasure craft approaching from the south. Nothing unusual about its appearance. White hull, modest size, the sort of boat that might belong to any weekend sailor. But as it passed beneath the bridge's lights, Dmitry noticed something that made him reach for his pen once more. 385 AIDM, pleasure craft, approximately 25 feet, white hull with blue trim, no registration visible, single occupant, elderly gentleman in formal evening wear. Noteworthy, vessel shows no wake, no engine sound. Passenger appears to be consulting a pocket watch. He sketched quickly in the margin a few economical lines that captured the boat's profile and the strange, anachronistic figure at its helm. The drawing joined thousands of others scattered throughout the Chronicle's pages, each one documenting something that shouldn't exist, but undeniably did. The control room fell quiet again, save for the bridge's mechanical murmurs. Dmitri settled back in his chair, his eyes scanning the harbor with the practiced vigilance of a lighthouse keeper. This was his domain, his responsibility, his calling. Every vessel that passed beneath his bridge was, for that brief moment, under his protection and within his care. That's when the shadow fell across his instruments. Dmitri looked up slowly, unsurprised by the figure that had materialized in his control room. After 37 years of witnessing impossible things, the appearance of Gotham's legendary vigilante seemed almost mundane. The Batman stood near the window, his cape settling around him like darkness made tangible, his white eyes reflecting the bridge's instrument lights. "Good evening," Dmitri said quietly, his voice carrying the measured calm of a man accustomed to unusual visitors. "I've been wondering when you might come." Batman's head tilted slightly, perhaps surprised by the bridge operator's composed reaction. "You've been expecting me?" "Not you specifically," Dmitri replied, closing the Chronicle gently but keeping one hand resting on its cover. "But someone like you. Someone who sees what others miss, who asks questions that don't have comfortable answers." He gestured toward the window and the harbor beyond. "This bridge sees many things, Batman. Eventually someone was bound to notice that not all of them make it into the official reports." The vigilante moved closer, his trained eyes taking in the details of the control room. The walls were covered with charts and diagrams, but also with photographs, decades of harbor scenes captured during Dmitri's long watch. Some showed ordinary vessels going about ordinary business. Others captured moments that seemed to exist outside normal time. Ships that belonged to different eras, figures in period dress, vehicles that should have been in museums rather than crossing Gotham's waters. "You document everything," Batman observed, his voice carrying a note of professional respect. "Everything worth remembering," Dmitri confirmed. He opened the Chronicle again, turning to a page filled with careful sketches and precise handwriting. May 3rd, 1998. A delivery truck from Maroni Enterprises crossed eastbound at 11:43 p.m. Nothing unusual about that. The Maronis have business interests throughout the harbor district. But this particular truck, he pointed to a detailed drawing. "This truck first crossed my bridge in 1952. I have the record right here." He pulled out an older Chronicle, its leather even more worn, its pages yellowed with age. The handwriting was different, his predecessor's careful script, but the drawing was unmistakably the same vehicle. Same license plate, same dented rear bumper, same company logo in faded paint. "The company went out of business in 1953, Dmitri continued. "But the truck keeps crossing. Every third Thursday, regular as clockwork. I've been tracking it for 23 years now. It never varies its schedule, never shows signs of age or decay, just continues its route through a city that no longer exists for it." Batman examined the drawings with the intensity of a detective studying crime scene photographs. "Where does it go?" "That's the question, isn't it?" Dmitri said with a slight smile. I can tell you where it exits my bridge, the East Harbor off-ramp. But I've had friends check the other side. Security cameras, police patrols, harbor workers who've been there longer than I have. No one has ever seen it arrive. The bridge operator rose from his chair, moving to a filing cabinet that stood in the corner of the control room. Inside were hundreds of folders, each one meticulously organized and labeled. He withdrew one marked Temporal Anomalies Vehicular and opened it to reveal decades of documentation. It's not just the Moroni truck, Dmitri explained, spreading the papers across his desk. There's a 1943 army transport that crosses every Veterans Day, a circus caravan from the 1960s that appears whenever the weather drops below freezing, a funeral procession with horses and a glass hearse that I've documented 17 times in the past decade, always on nights when someone important dies in Gotham. Batman studied the reports with growing fascination. Each entry was accompanied by detailed sketches, precise timestamps, and careful observations about weather conditions, lunar phases, and other environmental factors. This wasn't the work of a casual observer or a fantasist. It was a comprehensive scientific study of phenomena that defied scientific explanation. How long has this been going on? Batman asked. Dmitri returned to the filing cabinet, this time withdrawing a collection of chronicles that spanned decades. The bridge opened in 1889, he said, laying the oldest journal on the desk. Its leather binding was cracked with age, its pages fragile as autumn leaves. The first bridge operator was a man named Henryk Kowalski. He started the chronicle 3 weeks into the job. He opened the ancient book carefully, revealing the first entry in faded ink. October 12, 1889. The river remembers things we have forgotten. Tonight I witnessed the passage of a paddle-wheel steamer that burned and sank in these waters 5 years before this bridge was built. I have decided to keep a record. It's been passed down ever since, Dmitri continued. Kowalski, to Anderson, to Petrov, to Sullivan, to me. Each bridge operator adds their observations, their insights, their attempts to understand what we witness. We've developed our own classification system, our own theories, our own code of conduct for dealing with the impossible. Batman examined the oldest entries, noting the evolution of the documentation style. The early operators had written with the purple prose of the Victorian era, but their observations were no less precise for their flowery language. Later entries showed the influence of 20th century scientific thinking, with attempts at hypothesis and experimentation. Dmitri's own contributions reflected a philosophical acceptance of mystery combined with rigorous documentation. You mentioned a code of conduct, Batman said. Dmitri nodded, his expression growing more serious. The bridge keeps its own counsel. That's the first rule, taught to every operator on their first night. We see what we see, we record what we record, but we don't interfere. We're witnesses, not participants. Guardians of the crossing, not judges of what deserves to cross. He moved to another section of the control room, where symbols had been carved into the wooden framework around the windows. They were simple designs, geometric patterns, stylized representations of various vessels, astronomical symbols marking lunar phases and seasonal changes. These marks, Dmitri explained, running his fingers over the carved symbols, they are early warning system. Each operator learns to read them, to understand what they mean. This symbol indicates temporal displacement. This one warns of vessels that don't follow normal physical laws. This one marks crossings that affect the bridge itself, times when our instruments read differently, when reality seems more flexible than usual. Batman studied the symbols with the trained eye of someone accustomed to decoding messages. You're not just documenting anomalies, you're predicting them. To some extent, yes, Dmitri confirmed. Patterns emerge over time. Certain types of manifestations occur during specific weather conditions, lunar phases, even city events. We've learned to prepare for them, to ensure the bridge's mechanical systems can handle whatever tries to cross. He led Batman to the bridge's mechanism room, accessible through a narrow staircase that descended into the bridge's steel heart. Here, among the massive gears and counterweights that raised and lowered the bridge, more symbols had been carved over the decades. But these were different. Warning signs, protective markings, indicators of safe zones and dangerous areas. Some crossings affect the bridge itself, Dmitri explained, his voice echoing in the mechanical chamber. We've learned to identify them in advance, to take precautions. Certain gear ratios need to be avoided during temporal anomalies. Some of the electrical systems respond unpredictably to vessels that exist outside normal time. Batman noticed that several sections of the machinery bore scorch marks or showed signs of unusual wear. What happened here? August 17th, 1963, Dmitri replied without hesitation. A Spanish galleon attempted to cross during a thunderstorm. The temporal displacement interacted with the electrical systems, caused a feedback loop that nearly destroyed the eastern support structure. We learned from that. Now we shut down non-essential systems when we detect certain types of anomalies. They climbed back to the control room, where the Chronicle lay open on the desk. Batman found himself drawn to the careful sketches, the precise observations, the decades of accumulated knowledge. This bridge operator had built a comprehensive database of Gotham's supernatural phenomena, documented with scientific rigor and artistic skill. I need to cross-cinch this with my own records, Batman said. Some of these incidents, they correlate with cases I've investigated. Dmitri nodded, unsurprised. I thought they might. Gotham's strangeness rarely confines itself to a single location. What we see on the river often connects to events throughout the city. He pulled out a different folder, labeled Cross-Reference Incidents. I've been tracking correlations for years. Harbor anomalies that coincide with unusual police reports, temporal displacements that match witness accounts of impossible sightings elsewhere in the city. Batman examined the correlation charts, recognizing several incidents from his own case files. A ghostly figure reported in Crime Alley on the same night Dmitri had documented a phantom carriage crossing the bridge. A temporal distortion at the docks that matched reports of a Victorian-era steamship passing beneath the Finger Bridge. The patterns were unmistakable once you knew how to look for them. You've been doing this alone for 37 years, Batman observed. Not alone, Dmitri corrected gently. The bridge has its own community, its own support network. Other operators throughout the city, night shift workers who understand that Gotham reveals its true nature only after dark. We share information, compare notes, learn from each other's experiences. He opened a desk drawer and withdrew a collection of letters, postcards, and photographs. The operator at the Trigate Bridge sends me monthly reports. The woman who runs the Burnley Tunnel keeps detailed records of unusual vehicle passages. The lighthouse keeper at Gotham Point, well, Eleanor Brightwater has been documenting harbor anomalies longer than I've been alive. Batman studied the correspondence, noting the careful code language used to describe impossible events. These night shift workers had developed their own communication network, their own protocols for sharing information about phenomena that couldn't be reported through official channels. We're not the only ones watching over this city, Dmitri continued. There are hospital nurses who document patients with impossible injuries, subway maintenance crews who map temporal anomalies in the tunnel system, security guards who patrol buildings that exist in multiple time periods simultaneously. We all serve the same function. We bear witness, we maintain the records, we ensure that someone remembers. And the revelation struck Batman with unexpected force. Throughout his career as Gotham's protector, he had assumed he was fighting the city's darkness alone. But here was evidence of an entire network of ordinary people who had been quietly managing Gotham's supernatural elements for generations. They worked without recognition, without official support, guided only by their sense of duty and their understanding that some responsibilities couldn't be delegated to authorities who wouldn't believe or couldn't cope. "Show me tonight's patterns," Batman said. Dmitri consulted his instruments, checking harbor traffic reports and weather conditions. "We're approaching a new moon with fog predicted for the early morning hours. According to historical patterns, that combination often produces manifestations from the 1920s era. Prohibition smugglers, usually, still running their routes through a Gotham that no longer exists for them." As if summoned by his words, a sound drifted across the water, the distant rumble of powerful engines running without mufflers. Batman and Dmitri moved to the windows, watching as a speedboat emerged from the fog. Even from a distance, its vintage lines were unmistakable. A mahogany runabout from the 1920s, its brass fittings gleaming in the bridge lights. "Right on schedule," Dmitri murmured, reaching for his binoculars. Through the lenses he could see the boat's occupants. Men in period dress, fedoras pulled low, Tommy gun cases visible in the boat's cockpit. The Torino crew, if I'm not mistaken. They've been running this route every few months for the past 8 years. Batman watched the ghostly speedboat pass beneath the bridge, noting how it left no wake, made no sound beyond the engine noise that seemed to come from memory rather than mechanics. The boat's passengers showed no awareness of the modern city around them, no recognition that they were crossing through a time that wasn't their own. "Do they know?" Batman asked. "Do they realize what they are?" "I don't think so," Dmitri replied thoughtfully. "They seem trapped in their own moment, their own purpose. They're still running rum from the harbor to the speakeasies on the east side, still fighting a gang war that ended 90 years ago. They exist in a loop, repeating the same actions, following the same routes, pursuing goals that no longer have meaning." He made careful notes in the Chronicle, documenting the speedboat's appearance, the weather conditions, the precise time of passage. His sketches captured not just the vessel's physical details, but something of its ephemeral nature, the way it seemed to exist only partially in the present moment. "There's a theory," Dmitri continued as he worked, "developed by one of my predecessors. He believed that some events in Gotham's history were so significant, so charged with emotion and purpose, that they created permanent impressions on the city itself. Like photographs burned into film by excessive light, these moments keep replaying, visible to those who know how to look." "And the bridge is a focal point," Batman said, understanding. "Exactly. Bridges are liminal spaces, thresholds between one place and another, one state and another. They exist in a kind of temporal intersection where past, present, and future can overlap. The Finger Bridge doesn't just span the river, it spans time itself." As the phantom speedboat disappeared into the fog, Batman found himself reconsidering everything he thought he knew about Gotham. The city wasn't just plagued by modern criminals and contemporary corruption. It was haunted by its own history, weighted down by the accumulated trauma of decades of violence and loss. The past wasn't past in Gotham. It was an ongoing presence that required constant management by dedicated guardians like Dmitri Volkov. "I have a request," Batman said suddenly. Dmitri looked up from his notes, unsurprised. "You want access to the Chronicles. I want to learn from them. Your observations, your patterns, your understanding of how Gotham's supernatural elements operate. They could help me protect the city more effectively." The bridge operator considered this carefully. "The Chronicles aren't just reference books," he said finally. "They're sacred trusts, passed down through generations of watchers. Each operator contributes to them, but no one owns them. They belong to the bridge, to the city, to the ongoing work of witnessing and remembering." He opened the most recent chronicle, turning to a page near the back that was filled with contact information, addresses, and coded references. "But I think it's time to expand the network. You see things from the streets that we miss from our stations. Your perspective, combined with our documentation. Together, we might understand Gotham's true nature better than any of us can alone." Batman studied the contact list, recognizing some names from his own investigations. Dr. Leslie Tompkins appeared under medical anomalies, sympathetic practitioners. Several police officers were listed under official channels, M1 and reliable. A number of business owners throughout the city were marked as safe houses, emergency contact. "This is remarkable," Batman said. "You've built an entire support network." "We've maintained it," Dmitri corrected. "This network predates me, predates this bridge, probably predates most of the city's official institutions. It's grown organically over time, connecting people who understand that Gotham requires special attention." As dawn approached, the harbor began its transformation from the mysterious waterway of night to the ordinary commercial channel of day. The fog lifted, revealing normal traffic: cargo ships, police boats, harbor patrol vessels. The phantom speedboat was gone, dissolved back into history, until the next new moon called it forth again. "The day shift will be here soon," Dmitri said, beginning the process of preparing his reports. The official logbook received its mundane entries: weather conditions, routine traffic, mechanical status updates. The Chronicle received something else entirely: detailed observations of temporal anomalies, philosophical reflections on the nature of time and memory, careful documentation of events that wouldn't appear in any other record. "Your replacement doesn't see what you see?" Batman asked. "Sarah Chen is an excellent bridge operator," Dmitri replied diplomatically. "She maintains the mechanical systems perfectly, handles routine traffic with complete efficiency, files all the proper reports on time. But she works the day shift. The bridge shows a different face during daylight hours. More mundane, more normal." Batman understood. Gotham itself operated according to different rules after dark. The city's supernatural elements emerged with the shadows, revealing themselves only to those who knew how to look, who had the patience to watch and the courage to witness. Day shift workers saw Gotham as it wanted to be seen: a modern American city with ordinary problems requiring ordinary solutions. Night shift workers saw it as it truly was: a place where history lived alongside the present, where the impossible was simply another part of the job. "I'll want to meet with others in your network," Batman said as he prepared to leave. "The hospital nurses, the tunnel workers, the lighthouse keeper. If we're going to protect this city effectively, we need to understand what we're protecting it from." Dmitri nodded, already making notes about arrangements and introductions. "I'll reach out to them, but understand, we're not vigilantes or heroes. We're witnesses. We document, we remember, we maintain the records. We don't fight Gotham's darkness, we acknowledge it, catalog it, and ensure that someone always knows the truth. Different methods, Batman said. Same goal. Perhaps, Dmitri agreed. We'll see. As Batman prepared to vanish back into the shadows from which he'd emerged, Dmitri called out softly. The Chronicles will be here whenever you need them. The bridge keeps its own counsel, but it also keeps its doors open to those who serve the city's true needs. Batman paused at the window, looking out over the harbor that was already beginning to fill with the ordinary traffic of a new day. Thank you, he said simply, for keeping watch, for remembering, for ensuring that Gotham's full story gets told. It's what we do, Dmitri replied. Someone has to. And with that, Batman melted back into the dawn, leaving the bridge operator alone with his instruments, his chronicles, and his endless vigil over the waters that remembered everything and forgot nothing. Dmitri opened the chronicle to a fresh page and began his final entry of the night. October 15, 6:23 a.m., the Batman visited the bridge. Significant development in the ongoing documentation project. The network expands, new partnerships possible, the work continues. He closed the journal carefully, locked it in its secure drawer, and began preparing the control room for Sarah Chen's arrival. In a few minutes, she would take over the bridge's operation, managing its daytime responsibilities with quiet competence. She would see cargo ships and police boats, harbor pilots and maintenance crews. She would file proper reports and maintain proper schedules, but she would not see the phantom vessels that crossed only in darkness, would not witness the temporal anomalies that made the night shift both burden and privilege. Those sights were reserved for the night watchers, the guardians who understood that some truths could only be observed in shadow. Dmitri gathered his belongings, the thermos that had kept his coffee warm through the long night, the reading glasses he used for detailed sketching, the well-worn copy of harbor regulations that contained his own marginal notes about unofficial addenda. Tomorrow night, he would return to his post, ready to witness whatever new impossibilities the darkness might reveal. As he descended the stairs from the control room, Dmitri reflected on his encounter with Batman. The vigilante's interest in the Chronicles was encouraging. It suggested that Gotham's official protector was beginning to understand the city's deeper mysteries, but it also raised questions about how much the truth should be shared, how much ordinary citizens could handle learning about the supernatural forces that shaped their daily lives. The bridge operators had maintained their secret for over a century, documenting impossible events while keeping their knowledge from those who might be harmed by it. The network of night shift workers had grown slowly, carefully, admitting only those who had already seen too much to dismiss and had proven their discretion. Batman's involvement could change everything, for better or worse. But change, Dmitri reflected as he walked toward his car, was perhaps inevitable. Gotham itself was changing, its supernatural elements becoming more active, more visible. The old ways of quiet documentation and careful secrecy might no longer be sufficient. Perhaps it was time for the Night Watchers to find new allies, new methods, new ways of protecting a city that defied protection through conventional means. He drove home through streets that were already busy with morning traffic, past buildings that looked ordinary in daylight but harbored shadows that no sunlight could dispel. Gotham was waking up, putting on its daytime face, preparing for another day of pretending to be a normal city with normal problems. But Dmitri Volkov knew better. He had spent 37 years watching over its secret crossings, documenting its hidden history, bearing witness to its impossible truths. Tonight, he would return to his bridge, open his chronicle to a fresh page, and continue the work that someone had to do. The river would flow, the bridge would stand, and the impossible would cross from one shore to another while the city slept. And Dmitri Volkov would be there to see it all, to remember it all, to ensure that Gotham's full story continued to be told. While the bridge operator maintains his vigil over Gotham's temporal crossings, documenting the impossible with quiet dedication, other guardians work through the night in different corners of the city. In the sterile halls of Gotham General Hospital, where fluorescent lights never dim and life and death decisions echo through endless corridors, the night shift nurses have developed their own protocols for handling patients who don't quite fit in standard medical textbooks. Join us for Hospital Night Nurse. The fluorescent lights of Gotham General Hospital never truly dimmed, but they seemed to soften as evening settled over the city, casting the long corridors in a gentler glow that spoke of transition and transformation. Rosa Martinez checked her watch as she approached the nurse's station on the 7th floor. 11:47 p.m. 13 minutes before the official changing of the guard that marked the beginning of another night shift in a place where darkness revealed truths that daylight carefully concealed. The hospital's transformation began gradually, almost imperceptibly. The bustling energy of the day shift, doctors hurrying between appointments, visitors navigating maze-like hallways, the constant chatter of administrative staff gave way to something deeper, more contemplative. The sounds changed too. Fewer footsteps echoing through the corridors, the soft whisper of ventilation systems becoming more noticeable, the distant hum of machines that monitored the space between life and death with electronic vigilance. Rosa had witnessed this nightly metamorphosis for 30 years, had seen how Gotham General shed its daytime mask to reveal its true nature. During the day, it was simply a hospital, sterile, efficient, dedicated to healing through conventional medicine and established protocols. But after midnight, it became something else entirely. A sanctuary for those whose conditions didn't appear in standard medical textbooks, whose injuries defied rational explanation, whose very existence challenged everything Rosa had learned in nursing school. She settled at the nurse's station, her experienced hands automatically arranging the tools of her trade, stethoscope draped around her neck with practiced ease, pens organized by color in her breast pocket, the small notebook where she recorded observations that would never appear in any official chart. The station itself looked ordinary enough, computers displaying patient information, medication charts, the usual array of medical supplies. But Rosa knew where to look for the hidden elements that made the night shift unique. Behind the standard reference books, the physician's desk reference, diagnostic manuals, pharmacology guides, sat a collection of unmarked binders that contained the real knowledge accumulated over decades of night nursing. These volumes, bound in plain black covers and secured with locks that looked like standard security measures, held the Grey Protocol, the unofficial procedures for patients whose conditions fell outside the boundaries of conventional medicine. "Evening, Rosa," called Jamie Park, the newest addition to the night nursing staff. At 26, Jamie brought fresh energy and modern training to the ward, but also the assumptions of someone who had learned medicine in bright classrooms rather than shadowed corridors. "Anything unusual on the schedule tonight?" Rosa smiled at the question, remembering her own early days when she had believed that unusual was something to be avoided rather than managed. "We'll see what the night brings us," she replied diplomatically. How are you settling in with the overnight routine? Still adjusting, Jamie admitted, settling at the workstation beside Rosa. The day shift nurses warned me that nights could be different, but I'm not sure what they meant exactly. Before Rosa could respond, the elevator chimed softly and Dr. Sarah Henderson emerged, wheeling a patient toward the admission desk. The doctor's expression carried the particular tension that Rosa had learned to recognize, the look of a medical professional encountering something that challenged everything they thought they understood about human physiology. "Room assignment for Mr. Caldwell," Dr. Henderson said, her voice carefully neutral. "Presenting symptoms are complex. I've noted the specifics in his chart, but I think this might be a case for your specialized protocols." Rosa accepted the chart, her trained eye immediately noting the coded language that Dr. Henderson had used. Complex symptoms meant anomalous. Specialized protocols meant the Gray Protocol. And the doctor's careful word choice indicated that they were dealing with a patient whose condition would require the kind of care that existed only during the night shift. She opened the chart, scanning the initial assessment with the practiced efficiency of 3 decades in nursing. Male, approximately 45 years old, admitted following a workplace accident in the warehouse district. But, as Rosa read further, the conventional medical terminology began to reveal its inadequacies. Patient presented with lacerations consistent with animal attack, but no animals reported in the area. Wounds show unusual healing patterns. Some injuries appear to be closing at accelerated rate, while others remain static. Blood work returns conflicting results. Samples taken 30 minutes apart show different blood types. Patient's body temperature fluctuates between 94.2 DFF and 103.7 DFF without apparent cause. Pupils respond to light inconsistently. Patient occasionally speaks in languages that do not appear in hospital translation database. Rosa nodded slowly, recognizing the signs. Mr. Caldwell would be assigned to the East Wing, where the rooms had been subtly modified over the years to accommodate patients whose needs diverged from standard medical care. "Room 313, she told Dr. Henderson. "I'll take primary care assignment." As the doctor wheeled the patient away, Jamie looked at Rosa with obvious curiosity. "Room 313? I don't think I've seen that room on any of the floor plans." "It's not on the day shift assignments," Rosa explained gently. "Some of our rooms are specialized for certain types of cases. You'll learn about them as you gain more experience with night nursing." She gathered her supplies and headed toward the East Wing, Jamie following with the mix of eagerness and apprehension that Rosa remembered from her own early training. The corridor seemed to stretch longer in the dim evening lighting, their footsteps echoing softly against polished linoleum floors that had witnessed decades of impossible recoveries and unexplainable conditions. Room 313 existed in a space that seemed to occupy more square footage than the building's architecture should have allowed. Rosa had never questioned this discrepancy. She had learned early in her career that Gotham General operated according to rules that weren't taught in any medical school. The room was equipped with standard hospital furniture and monitoring equipment, but also with modifications that served more specialized purposes. Windows with adjustable tinting that could block or admit specific wavelengths of light, temperature controls that could create microclimates within the room, and monitoring equipment that tracked biological functions not recognized by conventional medicine. Mr. Caldwell lay unconscious on the hospital bed, his breathing steady but his vital signs displaying the irregular patterns that Rosa had learned to expect from certain types of patients. His wounds were visible beneath the hospital gown, deep lacerations that appeared to have been made by claws rather than any conventional weapon, but which showed signs of healing that would normally take weeks to achieve. "His injuries are closing," Jamie observed, moving closer to examine the wounds. "I've never seen healing rates like this. Some patients respond differently to treatment," Rosa said, beginning her assessment with the careful thoroughness that 30 years of experience had taught her. "We've learned to adapt our care to accommodate various physiological variations." She opened her personal notebook, not the official patient chart, but the handwritten record where she documented observations that defied medical explanation. Mr. Caldwell's case would join hundreds of others she had treated over the years. Patients whose blood types changed with the lunar cycle, individuals who could only be sedated with medications mixed according to recipes that predated modern pharmacology, children who recovered from fatal injuries by sleeping in rooms filled with specific types of light. As she worked, Rosa found herself thinking about the night in 1994 when she had first encountered a patient whose condition couldn't be explained by conventional medicine. A young woman brought in after a car accident, her injuries severe enough that she should have died within hours. But as the night progressed, the woman's wounds had begun to heal with impossible speed, her vital signs stabilizing in ways that defied every medical principle Rosa had learned. The day shift nurses had found the woman completely recovered by morning, with no trace of her injuries except for faint scars that looked months old rather than hours fresh. The official report listed it as a misdiagnosis. The injuries hadn't been as severe as initially assessed. But Rosa had seen the truth, had documented it in her personal notes, and had begun to understand that Gotham General served a patient population that extended beyond the boundaries of normal human experience. "Rosa," Jamie said quietly, "his body temperature just dropped 15 degrees in the past 5 minutes. Should I call a doctor?" "Monitor it," Rosa replied calmly, making a note in her records. "Some patients experience temperature fluctuations as part of their recovery process. We'll intervene if it becomes problematic, but often these variations are self-correcting." She moved to a cabinet that appeared to contain standard medical supplies, but actually held medications and treatments that had been developed specifically for the night shift's unique patient population. Some were conventional drugs administered in unconventional ways, antibiotics that worked only when dissolved in spring water collected during specific lunar phases, pain medications that required activation through exposure to candlelight rather than electric illumination. Others were preparations that would have been dismissed as folk remedies by day shift staff, but had proven effective through decades of careful documentation and refinement. "The Grey Protocol," Rosa explained as she prepared a solution that looked like standard saline but contained additives that weren't listed in any pharmaceutical manual, "began in the 1920s when the night shift nurses started noticing patterns in certain patients, conditions that didn't respond to conventional treatment, healing processes that followed rules we didn't understand. Patients who seemed to exist at the intersection of medicine and something else entirely." She administered the solution through Mr. Caldwell's IV line, watching as his vital signs began to stabilize in response to treatment that no medical school had ever taught. "The nurses who came before us were careful observers. They documented everything, tested different approaches, developed protocols, through trial and careful observation. Over time, they created an entire alternative medical practice that existed only during the night shift." Jamie watched in fascination as the patient's condition continued to improve under Rosa's care. "Why only at night? What makes the night shift different?" "Gotham reveals its true nature after dark," Rosa said, echoing words that had been passed down through generations of night nurses. "During the day, The city pretends to be normal, ordinary, explainable. But at night, the masks come off. The patients we see, the conditions we treat, they're part of Gotham's deeper reality, and we've learned to be part of that reality too. As the night progressed, Rosa introduced Jamie to other aspects of the Great Protocol. They visited the old solarium on the hospital's east wing, officially closed for renovations but actually maintained as a treatment space for patients who responded to moonlight therapy. The room's windows had been modified with specialized glass that could filter different wavelengths of natural light, creating healing environments that conventional medicine couldn't duplicate. We've treated children here whose injuries healed only under moonlight, Rosa explained as they stood in the peaceful chamber. Adults whose psychological trauma could be addressed through carefully controlled exposure to starlight. Patients whose conditions required the kind of celestial medicine that existed long before electric lights blocked out the night sky. They returned to the main ward, where Rosa showed Jamie the filing system that existed parallel to the hospital's official records. Discrete cabinets contained documentation of anomalous cases dating back decades, patients whose x-rays showed impossible anatomical structures, individuals whose blood work revealed genetic markers that didn't exist in any database, cases of recovery from conditions that should have been invariably fatal. We maintain dual documentation, Rosa explained, showing Jamie how the system worked. Official records that satisfy administration and insurance requirements, and actual records that document what really happens. Both are important, both serve necessary functions, but only one tells the complete truth. As they worked through the night treating patients whose conditions ranged from conventional injuries to impossible physiological anomalies, Rosa found herself reflecting on the deeper meaning of the Grey Protocol. It wasn't just about treating unusual medical conditions. It was about acknowledging that healing took many forms, that compassion could extend beyond the boundaries of scientific understanding, that care could be provided even when the condition could be fully comprehended. That's when she noticed the shadow in the corner of the intensive care unit. Batman materialized from the darkness between monitoring equipment and life support machines, his presence somehow less intrusive in this environment than it might have been elsewhere. The vigilante moved with the careful precision of someone accustomed to navigating medical facilities, his cape settling around him in a way that didn't interfere with the complex machinery that surrounded patients fighting for their lives. "Good evening," Rosa said quietly, her voice carrying the same calm professionalism she brought to every unexpected situation. "I wondered when you might visit our ward." Jamie started, clearly surprised by the vigilante's sudden appearance, but Rosa's composed reaction helped her maintain her professional demeanor. Years of nursing had taught her to handle unexpected developments with grace, whether they involved medical emergencies or legendary crime fighters appearing in her workspace. "You've been expecting me?" Batman asked, his voice modulated to avoid disturbing the patients who slept nearby. "Not specifically," Rosa replied, "but someone like you. Someone who sees the parts of Gotham that others miss, who works with realities that don't fit comfortable explanations." She gestured toward the patient charts she had been reviewing. "We've been treating patients whose conditions correlate with your cases for years. Eventually, it seemed likely that our paths would cross." Batman moved closer to examine the charts, his trained detective's eye taking in the careful documentation of anomalous medical conditions. Rosa noticed how he read the information, not with the skepticism of someone encountering impossible claims, but with the recognition of someone who had seen enough of Gotham's deeper mysteries to understand that the impossible was often simply the improbable made manifest. "Heed patients," Batman said, studying a case file that documented a young woman whose injuries had healed through exposure to specific frequencies of sound. "They're connected to supernatural incidents throughout the city. We've suspected as much, Rosa confirmed. Patients arrive here following encounters with phenomena that don't have names in standard medical terminology. We treat the symptoms, help them recover, but we've always wondered about the larger patterns. She led Batman to her personal office, a small space adjacent to the nurse's station, where she kept the most sensitive records of the Grey Protocol. The walls were covered with charts and graphs that tracked correlations between unusual patient admissions and various citywide events, increases in anomalous cases during certain lunar phases, patterns of specific injuries that coincided with reports of supernatural activity, recovery rates that seemed to correspond with environmental factors that conventional medicine didn't recognize. We've been documenting these patterns for decades, Rosa explained, showing Batman a timeline that stretched back to the 1920 AS. The night shift nurses have always known that Gotham General serves a population that extends beyond normal human experience. We've developed our own diagnostic criteria, our own treatment protocols, our own understanding of conditions that don't appear in any medical textbook. Batman studied the documentation with growing interest. Room 313. It doesn't appear on the hospital's official floor plans. Some of our treatment spaces exist outside standard architectural documentation, Rosa said with a slight smile. The hospital has been modified over the years to accommodate patients whose needs fall outside conventional medical care. Rooms that can be configured to provide specific types of light therapy. Spaces where temperature and humidity can be controlled to levels that wouldn't be practical for general patient population. Areas where we can provide treatments that require unconventional approaches. She showed him photographs of some of these specialized spaces. The moonlight therapy room with its adjustable windows. Treatment chambers where patients could be exposed to controlled electromagnetic fields. Recovery areas where the air could be infused with substances that promoted healing through mechanisms that conventional medicine didn't recognize. This is remarkable, Batman said, examining the scope of the modifications. You've created an entire parallel medical system. We've maintained it, Rosa corrected gently. The Grey Protocol predates me, predates most of the current nursing staff. It's grown organically over time, developed by nurses who encountered patients they couldn't help through conventional means and refused to accept that some conditions were simply untreatable. She opened a filing cabinet that contained the historical records of the Grey Protocol, showing Batman documentation that stretched back nearly a century. The earliest entries were handwritten in the careful script of 1920 medical professionals, describing cases that challenged every assumption about human physiology and recovery. 1923, Rosa read from one of the oldest files. Patient presented following exposure to unknown chemical agent in warehouse district. Conventional treatment ineffective. Nurse Margaret O'Brien discovered that patient responded to treatments administered only during specific phases of the moon. Full recovery achieved through application of traditional herbal remedies combined with controlled light therapy. The nurses who developed this system, Batman said, studying the historical records, they were innovators, scientists in their own right. They were caregivers who refused to give up on patients the system had written off, Rosa replied. When conventional medicine failed, they looked for alternatives. When official protocols weren't sufficient, they developed their own. They understood that healing takes many forms, and that compassion sometimes requires moving beyond the boundaries of established practice. As they talked, Jamie approached with a question about Mr. Caldwell's care. The patient's condition continued to improve under the Grey Protocol treatment. his wounds healing at rates that would have been impossible under conventional medical care. His temperature had stabilized, his vital signs had normalized, and his blood work was beginning to show consistent results. "How long before he's ready for discharge?" Jamie asked. "Depends on his response to the full treatment protocol," Rosa replied. "Some patients recover quickly once we identify the appropriate care approach. Others require extended observation to ensure that their condition remains stable. We've learned not to rush the process. Anomalous conditions often require more time and patience than conventional injuries." Batman observed the interaction between the veteran nurse and her younger colleague, noting the careful way Rosa balanced instruction with practical application. Jamie was clearly learning not just medical procedures, but an entirely different way of thinking about healing and patient care. "She's training her to see beyond conventional medical categories," Batman observed after Jamie had returned to her rounds. "That's the most important part of night shift nursing," Rosa confirmed. "Technical skills can be taught in any classroom, but learning to see patients as complete individuals rather than collections of symptoms, that requires experience and mentorship. Jamie is learning to look at each case with fresh eyes, to consider possibilities that weren't covered in her nursing program." As the night continued, Rosa introduced Batman to other aspects of the Grey Protocol's operation. They visited the modified pharmacy where specialized medications were prepared according to formulations that had been developed through decades of experimentation and observation. They toured the medical library, where reference materials included not just standard textbooks, but collections of traditional healing practices, ethno-medicine studies, and documentation of recovery techniques that had been developed specifically for Gotham's unique patient population. "We don't reject conventional medicine," Rosa explained as they moved through these specialized spaces. "We supplement it, expand it, adapt it to serve patients whose needs extend beyond standard medical categories. The Grey Protocol works alongside traditional healthcare, filling gaps that the official system can't address." In the early morning hours, as dawn began to filter through the hospital's windows, Rosa and Batman found themselves in the central patient ward, observing the quiet rhythm of night shift medical care. Nurses moved between rooms with practiced efficiency, administering treatments that ranged from conventional medications to the specialized therapies of the Grey Protocol. Patients slept peacefully, their conditions stabilizing under care that acknowledged both the science and the mystery of healing. "How many people know about this?" Batman asked, watching the seamless integration of conventional and anomalous medical care. "Fewer than you might think, more than you might expect," Rosa replied thoughtfully. "The night shift staff, obviously. Some of the doctors who work overnight have learned to recognize cases that require Grey Protocol intervention. A few administrators understand that the hospital's excellent recovery rates are due to more than just conventional medical excellence." She paused, considering how much to reveal. "There's also a network of healthcare providers throughout the city who understand that Gotham requires specialized medical services. Physicians who know how to treat injuries that shouldn't exist, therapists who can work with psychological trauma that has supernatural origins, emergency responders who understand that some calls require approaches that weren't taught in standard training programs." Batman recognized the description of another component of Gotham's hidden infrastructure: ordinary professionals who had learned to manage extraordinary situations, who maintained the city's stability by quietly addressing challenges that official systems couldn't handle. "I'd like to coordinate with this network," Batman said. "Share information, identify patterns, work together to protect people who are affected by Gotham's unique characteristics. Rosa nodded, making notes about potential collaboration. We've always been careful about who we trust with knowledge of the Grey Protocol, but you've seen enough of Gotham's deeper reality to understand why discretion is necessary. People who aren't prepared for the truth about what we treat here, the knowledge could be more harmful than helpful. As the night shift prepared to transition to day staff, Rosa showed Batman the careful process of documentation that ensured continuity of care while maintaining the necessary secrecy around anomalous cases. Official charts were updated with information that satisfied standard medical requirements, while the Grey Protocol records were secured in locations where they would be available to those who needed them, but invisible to those who weren't prepared for their contents. Mr. Caldwell will be ready for discharge by tomorrow evening, Rosa reported as she completed her documentation. His condition has stabilized, his wounds are healing normally, and his vital signs are consistent. The day shift will see him as a routine recovery from workplace injuries. But you'll continue monitoring him, Batman observed. For 6 months, Rosa confirmed. Patients who receive Grey Protocol treatment sometimes experience delayed reactions or secondary effects that require ongoing observation. We maintain contact with them, provide follow-up care, ensure that their recovery remains stable over time. As Batman prepared to leave, Rosa walked with him toward the hospital's service exit, a route that would allow him to depart without encountering day shift staff who might ask uncomfortable questions about why a vigilante was visiting the medical facility. The Grey Protocol serves an important function, Rosa said as they walked through the hospital's quiet corridors. But it's not just about treating unusual medical conditions. It's about maintaining hope for patients who have been told their cases are hopeless, providing care for people who don't fit standard categories, ensuring that healing remains possible even when the condition isn't fully understood. She paused at the exit, looking back toward the ward where her patients slept peacefully. We've learned that medicine is as much about compassion as it is about science. Sometimes the most important treatment we can provide is simply believing that recovery is possible, even when we don't understand how or why it works. Thank you, Batman said simply, for keeping watch over those who need it most, for providing care when the system fails them, for ensuring that healing remains possible in a city that often seems designed to cause harm. It's what we do, Rosa replied, echoing the words that had become the unofficial motto of night shift healthcare workers throughout Gotham. Someone has to. As Batman disappeared into the early morning shadows, Rosa returned to her final tasks of the night shift. She secured the Grey Protocol records, prepared briefing notes for the evening shift staff, and ensured that all patients were stable and comfortable. In a few hours, she would return home to sleep through the daylight hours, resting before another night of providing care that existed at the intersection of medicine and mystery. Jamie approached with the morning report, her eyes bright with the excitement of someone discovering new possibilities within her chosen profession. Tonight was incredible, she said. I've learned more about nursing in 8 hours than I did in 4 years of school. You're beginning to understand what night shift nursing really involves, Rosa confirmed. It's not just about working unconventional hours or handling different types of cases. It's about expanding your understanding of what healing can be, what recovery can look like, what it means to provide care for people whose needs extend beyond standard medical categories. As the day shift arrived and began their routines, Rosa gathered her belongings and prepared to leave Gotham General until evening. The hospital would continue its work throughout the day, providing excellent conventional medical care to patients with recognizable conditions and treatable symptoms. But when darkness fell again, it would transform once more into something deeper, more mysterious, more capable of addressing the full spectrum of Gotham's unique medical needs. Rosa walked through the hospital's main lobby, past the information desk where volunteers provided directions to visitors seeking conventional medical services, past the gift shop where flowers and greeting cards offered comfort to families dealing with ordinary illnesses and injuries. The hospital's daytime face was professional, efficient, reassuring in its adherence to established medical protocols. But Rosa knew its nighttime truth. A place where impossible recoveries happened regularly, where patients with conditions that shouldn't exist received care that shouldn't work but invariably did, where healing was understood as something larger and more mysterious than the sum of its medical components. As she stepped out into the morning sunlight, Rosa reflected on her conversation with Batman and the potential for expanding the network of those who understood Gotham's deeper medical realities. The Grey Protocol had survived for nearly a century through careful discretion and selective trust. But perhaps it was time to consider new alliances, new partnerships, new ways of protecting and serving those who needed care that existed beyond conventional medical understanding. The work would continue. Patients would arrive with conditions that challenged every assumption about human physiology and recovery. Night shift nurses would provide care that combined scientific knowledge with compassionate innovation. Lives would be saved through treatments that couldn't be explained but could be documented, refined, and passed on to the next generation of healthcare providers who understood that healing took many forms. And Rosa Martinez would be there, ready to provide whatever care was needed to maintain the protocols that had saved thousands of lives, to ensure that Gotham General remained a place where hope was never abandoned and recovery was always possible, no matter how impossible the condition might seem. The Grey Protocol would endure, adapted and expanded as necessary, providing a safety net for those who fell through the cracks of conventional medical care. Because someone had to serve those patients, someone had to provide that care, someone had to maintain the hope that healing was possible, even in the darkest corners of Gotham's most challenging cases. While the night nurses of Gotham General maintain their vigilant care over patients whose conditions defy medical explanation, other guardians work through the darkness in the city's hidden depths, far beneath the streets, where the rumble of subway trains echoes through tunnels that connect more than just stations. Maintenance crews navigate temporal anomalies with the same matter-of-fact professionalism they bring to replacing worn rails and fixing signal equipment. Join us for subway maintenance. The fluorescent lights in the Gotham Metropolitan Transit Authority's maintenance depot cast harsh shadows across concrete walls lined with equipment that served purposes both mundane and mysterious. Marcus Thompson checked his watch as his crew gathered around the assignment board. 11:15 p.m., 45 minutes before the official end of passenger service, when the real work of maintaining Gotham's subway system could begin. But for the third rail crew, maintenance meant more than replacing worn track components and servicing signal equipment. It meant navigating the temporal anomalies that turned routine tunnel work into expeditions through Gotham's layered history. The depot hummed with the organized chaos of shift change, day workers finishing their reports, while night crews prepared for tasks that required the cover of darkness and the absence of civilian witnesses. Marcus surveyed his team with the practiced eye of someone who had spent 20 years managing the impossible. Eddie Huang, the newest member, still learning which anomalies to report and which to work around. Carmen Rodriguez, whose decade of experience had taught her to read the chalk symbols that warned of temporal distortions. and Tom Burke, whose encyclopedic knowledge of the subway's hidden routes made him indispensable for navigating tunnels that existed only during certain maintenance windows. "Evening briefing," Marcus announced, his voice carrying the calm authority of someone accustomed to leading expeditions into the impossible. The crew gathered around a table covered with maps that bore no resemblance to the sanitized transit diagrams available to the public. These charts showed the subway system as it truly existed, a complex network of active lines, abandoned tunnels, and temporal passages that connected different periods of Gotham's history. The maps were hand-drawn, annotated with generations of chalk symbols that formed a visual language understood only by those who worked the night maintenance shifts. Red symbols indicated areas where time moved differently than the surface world. Blue markings warned of tunnels where the past bled through, bringing with it trains and passengers from decades long gone. Yellow notations marked zones where the very nature of space seemed unstable, where familiar passages might lead to destinations that didn't appear on any official transit map. "Tonight's priorities," Marcus continued, consulting a clipboard that contained work orders written in the coded language that maintenance supervisors had developed to describe impossible tasks. "Signal repair on the defunct Blue Line extension. That's the section that connects to the 1950S commuter route. Track replacement in Tunnel 7 Alpha, but watch for temporal pockets around the third rail junction. And we've got reports of vintage rolling stock appearing on Platform 81/2 again." Eddie raised his hand, still adjusting to the peculiar realities of night shift subway maintenance. "Platform 81/2? I don't see that on any of the system maps." Carmen smiled, remembering her own confusion during early training. "It's one of the temporal platforms, only accessible during maintenance windows, and only when conditions are right. We'll show you tonight if it manifests." Marcus nodded, appreciating Carmen's patience with their newest crew member. Training someone to work in Gotham's subway system required more than teaching them how to operate specialized equipment or follow safety protocols. It meant introducing them to an entirely different understanding of space, time, and the nature of urban infrastructure. The subway tunnels weren't just passages for transportation, they were conduits through Gotham's history, places where the city's past remained accessible to those who knew how to navigate the connections. "Equipment check," Marcus announced, moving to the tool lockers that lined one wall of the depot. The crew's gear included standard maintenance supplies, wrenches, voltage testers, replacement components, but also specialized items that wouldn't be found in any ordinary repair kit. Chalk for marking safe passages through temporal zones, chronometers calibrated to detect time distortions, emergency beacons that could signal for help across multiple decades, and protective equipment designed to shield workers from the psychological effects of temporal displacement. The chalk was particularly important. Over the decades, maintenance crews had developed a comprehensive symbol system for documenting anomalous conditions in the subway tunnels. The symbols were carved into tunnel walls, marked on equipment housings, and updated regularly as conditions changed. A circle with radiating lines warned of time acceleration zones, where minutes could pass like hours. Overlapping triangles indicated areas where multiple time periods intersected, creating confusion and disorientation for anyone not prepared for the experience. Parallel lines marked paths that were safe for travel, while broken lines warned of passages that led to times and places from which return might be impossible. "Remember the body system," Marcus reminded his crew as they prepared to descend into the tunnels. "No one works alone in the temporal zones. If you start experiencing disorientation, confusion about what year it is, or memories that don't belong to you, Signal your partner immediately. The psychological effects of temporal displacement can be subtle at first, but they compound quickly. The crew descended via a service elevator that dropped them into the main tunnel system, where the familiar sounds of subway operation took on different meanings during the night shift. The distant rumble of trains might be current rolling stock following scheduled routes, or it might be vintage equipment from decades past, still running routes that had been discontinued before any of the current crew members were born. The echo of footsteps could belong to other maintenance workers, or to passengers from different eras who found themselves displaced in time, wandering tunnels that connected their past to an incomprehensible present. Marcus led them through a series of maintenance passages that allowed access to the subway system without interfering with any remaining passenger service. These corridors were marked with the accumulated chalk symbols of generations of workers, creating a visual history of anomalous encounters dating back to the subway's earliest days. Some symbols were fresh, marking recent discoveries or changes in temporal activity. Others had been carved into the concrete decades ago, their meanings preserved through oral tradition and careful documentation. The first recorded temporal anomaly in the subway system was in 1938, Marcus explained as they walked, his voice echoing softly in the narrow passage. A construction crew working on the extension to Arkham encountered a section of tunnel that had already been completed, despite the fact that no one had been working in that area. The completed section used construction techniques and materials from the 1960 25 years in the future. They emerged into a larger tunnel that carried the familiar parallel rails of subway track. But the environment felt different from the sterile functionality of modern transit systems. The walls bore chalk markings that seemed to shift and change, depending on the observer's angle of view. The air carried sounds that didn't quite match the visual evidence. The whistle of steam engines in a system that had been electric since its inception. The chatter of passengers speaking in accents and dialects that belonged to different decades. "This is Tunnel 7 Alpha," Carmen announced, consulting a hand-drawn map that showed the location's relationship to both the current subway system and the temporal passages that intersected it. "We're looking for track damage near the third rail junction, but the area has been showing signs of temporal instability for the past week." And he examined the chalk symbols marking the tunnel walls, trying to decode their meaning using the reference guide he'd been studying. These markings, they're indicating multiple time periods? "Good eye," Tom confirmed. "This section connects to at least 4 different periods of Gotham's history. The 1940s construction era, the 1960s expansion, the 1980s renovation, and current day. Depending on conditions, you might encounter workers, equipment, or environmental conditions from any of those periods." As they approached the work site, the temporal anomalies became more apparent. The tunnel's lighting seemed to flicker between different intensities and color temperatures, suggesting the presence of illumination from different technological eras. The third rail, which should have carried uniform electrical current, showed readings that fluctuated wildly on their testing equipment, as if drawing power from electrical systems that existed in different time periods. "Standard procedure for temporal zones," Marcus announced, his crew automatically falling into practiced formations. "Carmen and Eddie take the primary work area. Tom and I will monitor the temporal boundaries. Communication every 5 minutes, emergency signals if anyone experiences displacement symptoms." The work itself was routine, replacing damaged track sections, testing electrical connections, ensuring that the infrastructure remained safe for train operation. but performing these tasks in a temporally unstable environment required constant vigilance and adaptation. Tools might function differently depending on which time period was currently dominant in the area. Safety equipment designed for modern electrical systems might not provide adequate protection against power configurations from earlier eras, and the workers themselves had to remain alert for signs that they were beginning to experience temporal displacement. "Marcus," Carmen called out, her voice carrying the careful neutrality that indicated she had encountered something requiring attention but not alarm. "You need to see this." She was kneeling beside a section of track where the rails showed evidence of wear patterns that didn't match current usage. The steel bore the distinctive markings left by wheel configurations that hadn't been used on Gotham's subway system since the 1950s. Yet, the wear appeared fresh, as if the vintage trains had passed through recently rather than decades ago. "Levy traffic from the downtown express," Tom observed, examining the wear patterns with practiced expertise. But that route was discontinued in 1954. The trains were scrapped, the platforms sealed, the tunnels converted to emergency access only. Marcus consulted his temporal activity charts, cross-referencing the track damage with reports of anomalous sightings from other maintenance crews. "We've been getting reports of vintage rolling stock throughout the system. Crews working on the Green Line extension reported seeing a 1940s subway car last week. The overnight cleaning team found newspapers from 1952 scattered on Platform 12. As they worked to replace the damaged track sections, the crew became aware of sounds that seemed to come from beyond the boundaries of their immediate environment. The distant rumble of approaching trains, but trains that were heavier, louder, and more mechanical than modern subway cars. The echo of voices calling out station names that no longer existed, announcing stops on routes that had been abandoned for decades. "Temporal echo," Carmen explained to Eddie, noting his nervous reaction to the phantom sounds. Some events in the subway's history were so significant, so charged with purpose and routine, that they continue to replay. The ghost trains are still running their routes, picking up passengers who don't realize that the stations they're trying to reach were demolished years ago. The work progressed steadily, but with the constant awareness that they were operating in an environment where the normal rules of causality might not apply. The replacement track sections had to be compatible not just with current train operations, but with the vintage equipment that occasionally used the same rails. The electrical connections had to accommodate power systems from multiple eras, ensuring that the third rail could provide appropriate current regardless of which period's trains were drawing from it. As they completed the track repairs, Tom reported unusual activity in the adjacent access tunnel. "Platform 81/2 is manifesting," he announced, consulting instruments that detected the specific electromagnetic signatures associated with temporal platform appearances. "Looks like we'll have that vintage rolling stock to deal with after all." Platform 81/2 existed in a space that defied the subway system's official architecture. Accessible only during specific maintenance windows, and only when temporal conditions were favorable, it served as a depot for trains from throughout Gotham's transit history. Subway cars from the 1940 streetcars that predated the underground system, even experimental vehicles that had been tested but never put into regular service, all found their way to Platform 81/2, where they waited in a temporal limbo that preserved them outside the normal flow of time. The crew made their way through a service passage that led to the platform, their route marked with chalk symbols that warned of increasing temporal instability. The passage itself seemed to change as they walked, the concrete walls shifting between different periods of construction. the lighting alternating between vintage fixtures and modern fluorescent installations. By the time they reached platform 81/2, they were no longer certain which decade they were occupying. The platform stretched longer than the subway system's blueprint suggested was possible, accommodating dozens of trains from different eras of Gotham's transportation history. Steam engines from the city's early industrial period sat beside sleek modern subway cars. Vintage streetcars occupied tracks that shouldn't have been able to accommodate their wheel configurations. Experimental vehicles that had never left the prototype stage waited alongside production models that had served millions of passengers over decades of operation. "This is incredible," Eddie breathed, his engineer's eye taking in the impossible collection of historical transit equipment. Some of these vehicles, they shouldn't exist anymore. They were supposed to have been scrapped or donated to museums. "Time doesn't work the same way down here," Marcus explained, leading his crew along the platform's length. "Things that were lost, destroyed, or forgotten on the surface can find their way to platform 81/2. It's like a repository for Gotham's transportation history, preserving everything that ever moved people through this city." As they walked, they could see passengers boarding and disembarking from some of the vintage trains. Men in 1940s business suits and fedoras, women in 1950s dresses and gloves, teenagers in 1960s fashion. All moved with the purposeful urgency of commuters trying to reach their destinations, apparently unaware that the world they were trying to return to no longer existed. "Do they know?" Eddie asked quietly. "Do they realize what's happened to them?" "We don't think so," Carmen replied, her voice soft with compassion for the displaced passengers. "They seem to be caught in their own temporal loops, reliving their commutes, following routes that made sense in their own time. They board trains that take them to stations that exist only in memory, go to jobs that vanished decades ago, return to homes that were demolished to make way for urban renewal." Tom was examining one of the vintage subway cars, checking its mechanical systems with the care of a curator handling a priceless artifact. "The equipment is all in perfect working order," he reported. "Better than perfect, actually. These trains show no sign of wear, no evidence of the decades they've been in service. It's as if time isn't affecting them while they're here." The crew spent the next several hours documenting the platform's current contents, updating their records of which temporal periods were currently represented and noting any changes from previous manifestations. Platform 81/2 wasn't static. Its contents shifted over time, with some trains disappearing back to their own eras, while others arrived from periods that hadn't been represented before. "We maintain the equipment as best we can," Marcus explained as they worked. "Basic maintenance, safety checks, ensuring that the trains remain operational for their passengers. We don't fully understand the platform's purpose or the mechanics of how it operates, but we've learned to work with it rather than against it." As dawn approached and platform 81/2 began to fade back into temporal invisibility, the crew returned to the main tunnel system to complete their remaining assignments. The work felt different now, charged with the awareness of how much history flowed through these passages, how many stories were preserved in the chalk markings on the walls and the temporal echoes that whispered through the darkness. That's when Batman emerged from the shadows between two maintenance alcoves, his presence somehow less surprising in this environment where the impossible had become routine. The vigilante moved with the practiced stealth of someone accustomed to navigating urban infrastructure, his cape settling around him in a way that didn't interfere with the maintenance equipment scattered throughout the tunnel. "Good morning," Marcus said calmly, his crew falling into the relaxed formation that indicated they were dealing with an unusual but not threatening situation. "Wondered when you might show up down here." Batman's white eyes surveyed the tunnel, taking in the chalk symbols, the temporal monitoring equipment, and the matter-of-fact way the maintenance crew had adapted to working in an environment where time and space operated according to non-standard rules. "You've been expecting me?" "Someone like you," Tom replied, consulting his maps to ensure they were in a temporally stable area for conversation. "Someone who moves through Gotham's hidden spaces, who sees the connections that others miss. The subway system touches every part of the city, above ground and below. Eventually, our work was bound to intersect with yours." Batman examined the chalk symbols that covered the tunnel walls, recognizing the systematic nature of the markings, even if their specific meanings were unfamiliar. "You've developed an entire language for documenting temporal anomalies." "Decades of accumulated knowledge," Carmen confirmed, pulling out a reference guide that showed the evolution of the symbol system over time. "Each crew adds to it, refines it, passes it on to the next generation of workers. We've learned to treat temporal displacement as just another workplace hazard, like electrical dangers or structural instability." Eddie, still processing his first encounter with Platform 81/2, looked at Batman with the curiosity of someone trying to understand how all the pieces of Gotham's hidden reality fit together. "Do you know about the other anomalies? The things that happen in the subway that don't make it into official reports?" Batman nodded slowly. "I've investigated incidents that correlate with your temporal sightings. People who disappear in the subway system and reappear days later with no memory of the intervening time. Witnesses who report seeing trains on abandoned lines. Security footage that shows passengers in period dress boarding modern subway cars." Marcus opened his incident log, a comprehensive record of anomalous events that the Third Rail crew had documented over the years. "We've been tracking patterns in the temporal activity. Some anomalies occur regularly, following predictable schedules that suggest underlying causes. Others seem random, spontaneous manifestations that appear without warning and disappear just as quickly." The log revealed the scope of the subway system's temporal instability. Entire train cars that existed only during certain hours. Passengers who boarded at stations that had been sealed for decades. Maintenance equipment that aged backwards when exposed to certain types of temporal fields. Each entry was documented with the same careful precision that characterized the crew's approach to conventional maintenance tasks. The city's early transportation infrastructure was built on foundations that went deeper than anyone realized, Tom explained, showing Batman geological surveys that revealed the complexity of Gotham's subsurface archaeology. "We're not just dealing with subway tunnels. We're working in spaces that connect to sewer systems from the 1800s, utility tunnels from the early 1900s, foundations of buildings that predate the current street layout." Batman studied the geological data, recognizing patterns that matched his own investigations into Gotham's hidden history. "The temporal anomalies follow the old infrastructure." "Exactly," Marcus confirmed. "The deeper you go, the more unstable time becomes. The oldest tunnels, the ones that were sealed when the modern subway system was built, those are where we encounter the most significant displacement effects. It's as if the act of abandoning those spaces somehow disconnected them from the normal flow of time." As they talked, the crew continued their maintenance work, demonstrating the matter-of-fact professionalism they brought to tasks that would have been considered impossible by anyone not familiar with Gotham's deeper realities. They tested electrical connections that carried power from multiple time periods, repaired track sections that accommodated trains from different eras, and updated chalk markings that warned future workers about temporal hazards. "The buddy system isn't just for safety," Carmen explained as she and Eddie worked to recalibrate a signal controller that had been affected by temporal displacement. Working alone in the temporal zones can be psychologically destabilizing. You start to lose track of which memories belong to you and which ones are echoes from other time periods. Having a partner helps maintain your connection to the present. Batman observed the careful protocols the crew followed when working in temporally unstable areas. Communication every 5 minutes to ensure that all team members remained oriented in the correct time period. Regular checks of chronometers to detect time distortion effects. Predetermined rally points where the crew could regroup if anyone became separated by temporal displacement. You've essentially developed expedition protocols for exploring time, Batman noted with professional admiration. That's a good way to put it, Marcus agreed. We're urban explorers in a city where exploration includes the temporal dimension. We map routes through time the same way we map routes through physical space, documenting safe passages in dangerous areas, establishing supply caches and emergency procedures. The conversation was interrupted by Tom's report of unusual activity in the adjacent tunnel section. We've got vintage rolling stock on the downtown express line, he announced, consulting instruments that detected the electromagnetic signatures of different train types. Looks like a full consists from the 1,950s passengers and all. The crew gathered their equipment and moved toward the reported activity, Batman following with the silent permission that the maintenance workers extended to anyone who understood the true nature of their work. They found themselves observing a scene that belonged to a different era entirely. A subway train with the distinctive styling of 1950s transit design, its windows showing passengers dressed in period-appropriate clothing, the whole ensemble moving through tunnels that should have been carrying modern equipment. Rush hour commute from 1952, Carmen observed, checking her historical records to identify the specific service. These passengers are trying to get to jobs in downtown Gotham, but the buildings where they worked were demolished in the 1970s urban renewal program. The ghostly train passed through the station without stopping, its passengers visible through the windows but apparently unaware of the observers on the platform. Men reading newspapers with headlines from 70 years ago, women checking watches that showed times from a different era, children on their way to schools that had been converted to other uses or torn down entirely. Where are they going? Batman asked. Nowhere and everywhere, Marcus replied philosophically. They're following routes that existed in their own time, but those routes don't connect to the present day. The train will reach the end of its line and somehow find its way back to the beginning, carrying the same passengers on the same journey, forever. As the vintage train disappeared around a curve in the tunnel, the crew returned to their maintenance work, treating the encounter as just another aspect of their unusual working environment. They updated their logs, marked the temporal activity on their charts, and ensured that the current infrastructure could accommodate whatever other historical rolling stock might appear during the night. How do you maintain equipment that serves multiple time periods? Batman asked, watching Eddie perform diagnostic tests on signaling equipment that seemed to be responding to trains from different eras. Trial and error mostly, Eddie replied, his initial nervousness about temporal work giving way to professional fascination. We've learned that some modern safety systems don't recognize vintage train configurations, so we've had to develop workarounds that accommodate both current and historical equipment. It's like maintaining infrastructure for a transportation system that exists in multiple dimensions simultaneously. The night continued with a series of routine maintenance tasks that required constant adaptation to temporal variables. Track repairs that had to account for wear patterns from trains that technically no longer existed. Electrical work that involved power systems operating according to standards from different decades. Signal maintenance that ensured communication between equipment from various technological eras. As dawn approached and the crew prepared to return to the surface, Marcus gathered his workers for the end-of-shift briefing that summarized the night's accomplishments and documented any new temporal phenomena they had encountered. Routine maintenance completed on schedule, he reported. Track repairs in 7 Alpha successful, no complications from temporal displacement. Platform 81/2 manifested as predicted, inventory updated, no new arrivals or departures. Vintage rolling stock sighting on Downtown Express documented and logged. The crew began the process of securing their equipment and updating the chalk markings that would guide the next night's work. The symbols they carved into the tunnel walls would serve as warnings, guides, and historical records for future maintenance workers who would encounter the same temporal anomalies and face the same challenges of maintaining infrastructure that existed across multiple time periods. The work never ends, Tom observed as they prepared to ascend to street level. Every night brings new anomalies, new challenges, new discoveries about how time and space interact in Gotham's underground. We solve one temporal puzzle only to find 3 more that need attention. Batman accompanied them on the journey back to the surface, observing how the crew transitioned from the impossible realities of the temporal tunnels to the mundane world of official paperwork and shift reports. The maintenance depot required documentation that satisfied bureaucratic requirements while carefully omitting any mention of the supernatural phenomena that constituted the bulk of their actual work. Official reports focus on measurable outcomes, Marcus explained as he completed the paperwork. Track mileage maintained, electrical systems tested, safety protocols followed. The temporal aspects of our work don't translate well to standard maintenance categories. Carmen was updating the crew's private documentation, the comprehensive records that captured the full scope of their activities, including the anomalous events that couldn't be reported through official channels. These records served as training materials for new crew members, historical documentation for researchers who might someday understand the phenomena they encountered, and practical guides for maintaining infrastructure in an environment where the normal rules didn't apply. We're part of a network, Carmen explained to Batman as she worked. Maintenance crews throughout the city's underground systems. Sewers, utility tunnels, subway lines, service passages. We share information about temporal activity, coordinate our responses to major anomalies, support each other when we encounter phenomena that exceed our individual capabilities. The network, Batman learned, included workers who maintained the city's water treatment facilities, where time flowed differently in certain pump rooms, electrical crews who serviced power grids that occasionally drew energy from generators that existed in different decades, and sanitation workers who navigated sewer systems where historical events continued to replay in an endless loop. Infrastructure workers see things that others miss, Eddie observed, his perspective on urban maintenance forever changed by his exposure to the temporal tunnels. We work in the spaces between the spaces, the places where the city's hidden nature becomes visible. Someone has to maintain those areas. Someone has to ensure they remain functional, even when their function extends beyond normal understanding. As the morning shift arrived and began their preparations for the day's conventional maintenance work, the third rail crew secured their specialized equipment and prepared to rest before another night of managing the impossible. The day shift would handle routine repairs, scheduled maintenance, and administrative tasks that kept the subway system running efficiently for the city's commuters. But they would not venture into the temporal zones, would not encounter the vintage rolling stock that appeared only during darkness, would not witness the passengers from different eras who continued their eternal commutes through tunnels that connected past and present. Those experiences were reserved for the night shift, for workers who understood that maintaining Gotham's infrastructure required more than technical expertise. It required the courage to navigate uncertainty, the wisdom to work with phenomena they couldn't fully understand, and the dedication to ensure that the city's hidden transportation network remained operational, regardless of which decade's trains might be using it. Marcus gathered his personal belongings, including the notebooks where he documented his own observations and theories about the temporal anomalies they encountered. 20 years of night shift maintenance had given him insights into the nature of time and space that no academic program could provide, and he continued to learn something new with each shift. "The tunnels remember everything," he told Batman as they prepared to part ways. "Every train that ever ran these routes, every passenger who ever traveled these lines, every worker who ever maintained these systems, it's all still here, existing simultaneously, accessible to those who know how to navigate the connections." Batman studied the maps and documentation that the crew had shared, recognizing the potential for correlation with his own investigations into Gotham's hidden history. "I'd like to coordinate our efforts, share information about temporal anomalies, cross-section our findings, work together to understand what we're dealing with." "We've been hoping someone would ask," Tom replied, making notes about potential collaboration. "The temporal activity has been increasing over the past few years. More frequent manifestations, longer-lasting anomalies, new phenomena that we haven't encountered before. We could use additional perspectives on what might be causing the escalation." As Batman departed and the maintenance crew prepared to return to their homes for daytime rest, Marcus reflected on the conversation and its implications. For decades, the Third Rail crew and their counterparts throughout the city's underground systems had worked in isolation, managing temporal anomalies through trial and error, developing protocols through careful observation and accumulated experience. But perhaps the time had come to expand their network, to share their knowledge with others who moved through Gotham's hidden spaces, to coordinate their efforts with the city's other protectors. The underground infrastructure that they maintained served as the foundation for everything that happened on the surface, and the temporal anomalies they managed affected far more than just subway operations. The work would continue, as it had for generations before, and would for generations to come. Tunnels would be maintained, temporal anomalies would be documented, vintage trains would be accommodated alongside modern equipment. The Third Rail crew would descend into the darkness each night, armed with chalk and chronometers and the hard-won wisdom of those who had learned to navigate time as well as space. And somewhere in the depths of Gotham's underground, Platform 81/2 would manifest again, welcoming trains from throughout the city's transportation history, preserving moments that had been lost to time, while serving passengers whose journeys would never truly end. The maintenance crews would be there to witness it all, to document it all, to ensure that the city's temporal transportation network remained operational, no matter how impossible it might seem. Because someone had to do the work. Someone had to maintain the infrastructure. Someone had to ensure that the trains kept running, even when those trains existed in multiple time periods simultaneously, and served passengers whose destinations lay buried in the past. The chalk symbols on the tunnel walls would continue to accumulate, marking safe passages and dangerous zones, documenting discoveries and preserving warnings for future workers who would face the same challenges and witness the same wonders. The Third Rail crew would add their own marks to the historical record, contributing their observations to the collective knowledge that made survival possible in an environment where the impossible was simply another part of the job. As Marcus drove home through the morning streets of Gotham, he reflected on the privilege and responsibility of his work. Few people would ever witness the temporal marvels he encountered nightly. Few would understand the careful balance required to maintain infrastructure that existed across multiple time periods. Few would appreciate the dedication required to ensure that the city's hidden transportation network remained functional, regardless of which era's passengers might need to use it. But the work was its own reward, the satisfaction of maintaining systems that served purposes beyond conventional understanding, the camaraderie of working alongside others who shared impossible experiences, the knowledge that their efforts preserved something precious and irreplaceable in a city that was constantly changing and losing pieces of its own history. Tonight he would return to the tunnels, ready to encounter whatever new temporal phenomena might manifest, prepared to adapt and respond and document with the same professional competence he brought to every aspect of his unusual career. The trains would keep running, the passengers would keep traveling, and the third rail crew would keep watching over it all, with the quiet dedication of those who understood that some responsibilities transcended the boundaries of normal time and space. While the subway maintenance crews navigate temporal anomalies in Gotham's underground passages with blue-collar pragmatism and careful documentation, another guardian maintains her solitary vigil far above the city's hidden depths. On a rocky promontory where Gotham Harbor meets the Atlantic, where ships have sought guidance for over a century, a lighthouse keeper makes nightly decisions about what deserves illumination and what should remain hidden in the darkness. Join us for Lighthouse Keeper. The Gotham Point Lighthouse stood sentinel on the rocky promontory where the harbor met the Atlantic, its weathered stone tower rising against the night sky like a finger pointing toward mysteries that dwelt beyond the horizon. Eleanor Brightwater climbed the spiral staircase with the measured pace of someone who had made this journey every evening for 40 years, her footsteps echoing in the confined space as she ascended toward the lamp room where her true work awaited. Each step carried the weight of accumulated nights, of countless decisions made in the boundary between light and shadow, of choices that determined what aspects of Gotham's impossible nature would manifest and which would remain hidden in the comfortable darkness. The lighthouse had been automated for decades, its official beacon managed by electronic systems that required no human intervention. Coast Guard technicians maintained the equipment, harbor pilots relied on its signals, and shipping companies included it in their navigation calculations. But Eleanor knew, as had every keeper before her since the lighthouse's construction in 1887, that the beacon served purposes far beyond maritime navigation. The light didn't simply show ships where to go, it forced things to choose whether to exist or fade back into possibility. As she reached the lamp room, Eleanor paused at the great lens that dominated the circular chamber. The Fresnel lens was a marvel of 19th century engineering, its precisely cut glass segments designed to gather and focus light with mathematical perfection. But in Eleanor's hands, it had become something more, an instrument for conducting conversations with the darkness itself, a tool for managing what aspects of Gotham's supernatural landscape would be permitted to manifest fully. The keeper's quarters occupied the floors below the lamp room, spaces that Eleanor had transformed into a repository of knowledge accumulated over generations of lighthouse keeping. The walls were lined with volumes that documented everything the lighthouse had illuminated since its first lighting. The night registries, leather-bound journals that contained observations, sketches, and philosophical reflections on the nature of manifestation and reality. Each keeper had contributed their own insights, their own attempts to understand the beacon's true purpose, their own records of the impossible things that requested illumination. Eleanor opened the most recent registry, its pages filled with her careful handwriting and detailed sketches. The entries revealed the scope of her nightly responsibilities: ghost ships that appeared on the horizon carrying cargo from centuries past, flying objects that predated human flight, shadows that moved independently of any physical form that might cast them. Some manifestations appeared regularly, following schedules that suggested underlying causes or purposes. Others emerged spontaneously, as if called forth by particular combinations of weather, lunar phase, and psychic atmosphere. October 15th, 1987. Clear night, new moon, calm seas. The merchant vessel Catherine Marie appeared at 2:17 a.m., approaching from the northeast. Records indicate this ship sank in 1923 with all hands, but crew remains visible on deck, still following their final voyage routine. Chose to provide minimal illumination, enough for the crew to complete their journey, insufficient to attract attention from modern vessels. Ship faded at dawn, destination unknown. October 16th, 1987. Overcast conditions, moderate fog. Multiple aerial phenomena throughout the night. Dirigible aircraft consistent with 1930s design. Individual figures in flight without visible means of support. Geometric light formations that responded to direct observation. Maintained standard beacon operation for maritime traffic. Used selective illumination for anomalous sightings. The dirigible required sustained light to maintain coherence. Without illumination, such manifestations tend to dissolve. Eleanor's sketches accompanied each entry, capturing not just the physical appearance of the phenomena she witnessed, but something of their essential nature. Her artistic training, developed during decades of patient observation, allowed her to document details that photography might miss. The way ghost ships seemed to exist only partially in the present moment. The quality of light that emanated from flying figures who moved through the air with impossible grace. The subtle distortions that surrounded manifestations as they struggled to maintain their existence in a reality that didn't quite accommodate them. The lighthouse's true purpose had been understood by its keepers since the earliest nights of operation. The first registry, written in the elegant script of the Victorian era, contained entries that established the philosophical framework that guided all subsequent keepers. November 3rd, 1887. I begin to understand the true nature of my responsibilities here. The lighthouse does not merely provide navigation aid to vessels upon the water. It serves as an anchor point for reality itself, a fixed position from which the possible and the actual may be distinguished. Each night, I witness phenomena that request acknowledgement, manifestation, incorporation into the world of the living. My choice of what to illuminate and what to leave in darkness determines which possibilities become realities, and which return to the realm of dreams and memory. This understanding had been passed down through each generation of keepers, refined and expanded through decades of careful observation and philosophical reflection. The lighthouse served as Gotham's primary interface with the impossible, a place where the city's supernatural elements could be observed, evaluated, and selectively admitted to full manifestation. The keeper's role was that of curator and guardian, choosing which aspects of the impossible deserved light and which were better left unseen. Eleanor moved to the window that offered the best view of Gotham Harbor, her practiced eye scanning the waters for signs of anomalous activity. The harbor at night was a different world from its daytime counterpart, when commercial vessels followed predictable routes and ordinary maritime business dominated the waterways. After dark, The waters became a stage for phenomena that belonged to different centuries, different realities, different understandings of what was possible. Tonight, the conditions seemed particularly favorable for manifestation. The autumn air carried a clarity that made distant objects seem closer than they should be, and the new moon provided the kind of darkness that allowed subtle lights to become visible. Eleanor had learned to read these environmental signs the way meteorologists read weather patterns, understanding that supernatural phenomena followed rules that were consistent, even if they weren't conventional. At 11:43 p.m., she spotted the first anomalous activity of the night. A sailing ship approaching from the east, its configuration indicating construction from the early 19th century. Through her binoculars, Eleanor could see the vessel's crew working the rigging with the practiced efficiency of experienced sailors, their movements suggesting that they were unaware of the centuries that had passed since such ships regularly plied these waters. Eleanor consulted the historical records that formed part of her reference library, cross-referencing the ship's appearance with documented vessels from Gotham's maritime history. The configuration matched the merchant ship Prosperity, which had disappeared during a storm in 1834. According to contemporary records, the ship had been carrying a cargo of medical supplies intended for a cholera outbreak in the harbour district. The crew had volunteered for the dangerous voyage despite the approaching storm, understanding that their cargo could save hundreds of lives. This was exactly the kind of decision that Eleanor faced every night. Whether to provide the illumination that would allow the ghost ship to complete its mission, or to leave it in darkness, where it would eventually fade back into historical memory. The Prosperity and its crew had been trying to reach Gotham for over 150 years, carrying medical supplies to treat a disease outbreak that had ended more than a century ago. But their sense of purpose, their dedication to saving lives, remained as strong as it had been on the night they were lost. Eleanor made her choice, adjusting the lighthouse's beam to provide selective illumination that would guide the ghost ship toward the harbour without making it visible to any modern vessels that might be in the area. The light caught the ship's sails, revealing the crew's relieved expressions as they recognized the beacon that would guide them home. They had no way of knowing that the Gotham they were trying to reach existed only in historical records and fading memories. As the Prosperity continued its approach, Eleanor documented the encounter in her registry, noting the weather conditions, the ship's apparent condition, and her decision to provide guidance. These records served multiple purposes. They were historical documentation of supernatural phenomena, practical guides for future keepers who might encounter similar manifestations, and philosophical reflections on the nature of reality and the responsibility that came with the power to determine what became real. The ghost ship passed safely into the harbour, its crew presumably delivering their medical supplies to a city that existed in their own time rather than the present. Eleanor watched until the vessel disappeared into the inner harbour, then returned her attention to the broader waters, where other phenomena might be requesting her attention. At 12:31 a.m. she observed aerial activity that required more complex consideration. A group of figures moved through the air above the harbour, their flight pattern suggesting both purpose and familiarity with the area. Through her binoculars, Eleanor could see that they appeared to be wearing clothing from the 1940s, and their movements indicated that they possessed some form of individual flight capability that predated conventional aircraft. The flying figures circled the lighthouse twice, as if seeking acknowledgement or permission to proceed with whatever mission they were pursuing. Eleanor had encountered similar aerial manifestations before, individuals who had somehow transcended normal physical limitations, whether through scientific experimentation, supernatural transformation, or sheer force of will. Some were beneficial, others potentially dangerous, and determining which category they belonged to required careful observation and intuitive judgment. Eleanor chose to provide intermittent illumination, tracking the figures with brief flashes of light that would allow her to study their behavior without providing the sustained illumination that might allow them to fully manifest in the present reality. The figures responded to the light by adjusting their flight patterns, following paths that took them away from populated areas and toward the open ocean. Their apparent consideration for civilian safety suggested benevolent intent, and Eleanor made note of their respectful response to her guidance. As the night progressed, Eleanor encountered a succession of phenomena that required individual evaluation and response. Shadow forms that moved independently of any physical objects that might cast them, requesting illumination that would allow them to assume more substantial existence. Geometric light patterns that appeared to be attempting communication through configurations that resembled mathematical symbols. Manifestations of historical events that continued to replay decades after their original occurrence, as if seeking resolution or recognition. Each case required Eleanor's careful consideration of multiple factors: the potential benefit or harm that might result from full manifestation, the effect on ordinary citizens who might encounter the phenomena, the impact on Gotham's already precarious balance between the normal and the supernatural. The lighthouse keeper's role was that of gatekeeper and curator, determining which aspects of the impossible deserved admission to reality and which were better left in the realm of possibility. At 2:15 IEM, Eleanor noticed a disturbance in the lighthouse's equipment that indicated the approach of a particularly significant manifestation. The electrical systems began to fluctuate in ways that suggested the presence of something that existed partially outside normal space-time, and the lens itself seemed to resonate with harmonics that had no apparent source. Eleanor had learned to recognize these signs as indicating the approach of phenomena that possessed more reality, more substance, more potential impact than the typical ghost ships and aerial anomalies she routinely managed. Looking out over the harbor, she saw what appeared to be an entire section of Gotham's waterfront from a different era. Buildings that had been demolished decades ago stood intact and illuminated, their windows showing the warm glow of interior lights and the movement of people going about their evening routines. Streets that had been reconfigured by urban development displayed their original layouts, complete with period-appropriate vehicles and pedestrians dressed in historical clothing. This was a manifestation of Gotham as it had existed in the 1920s. A temporal projection that somehow requested acknowledgement and illumination. Eleanor had encountered such large-scale historical manifestations before, but they always presented the most complex decisions she faced as lighthouse keeper. Providing full illumination would allow the historical Gotham to manifest completely, potentially creating confusion and disruption as past and present attempted to occupy the same space simultaneously. But leaving it in darkness would condemn the projected city and its inhabitants to fade back into memory, denying them the chance to complete whatever business had called them forth. Eleanor made her decision based on decades of experience and philosophical reflection. She provided selective illumination, enough light to acknowledge the manifestation and allow its inhabitants to see that they were recognized, but insufficient to permit full materialization. The historical Gotham shimmered in the lighthouse beam, its buildings and streets visible but translucent, its people aware of observation but unable to fully cross the boundary between past and present. As she worked, Eleanor became aware of a presence in the lamp room that hadn't been there moments before. Batman materialized from the shadows between the lens apparatus and the circular windows, his cape settling around him as he observed her work with the quiet attention of someone accustomed to witnessing impossible things. "Good evening, Eleanor," the vigilante said, his voice respectful of the solitude that typically characterized the lighthouse keeper's work. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything critical." Eleanor smiled without turning from her observations of the harbor, her attention still focused on managing the manifestation of historical Gotham that required her continued guidance. "Good evening, Batman. I've been expecting someone like you for quite some time." "Someone like me?" "Someone who moves through Gotham's hidden spaces, who encounters the phenomena that others dismiss or ignore, who understands that the city operates according to rules that extend beyond conventional understanding." Eleanor adjusted the lighthouse beam to provide additional guidance to a merchant vessel from the 1920s that was attempting to dock at a pier that no longer existed. "Someone who might appreciate the true purpose of this lighthouse." Batman moved closer to the windows, his trained detective's eye taking in the scope of the supernatural activity that Eleanor was managing. The harbor seemed to exist in multiple time periods simultaneously, with ghost ships from various eras sharing the waters with manifestations of aerial phenomena and temporal projections of historical Gotham itself. "You're not just providing navigation assistance," Batman observed. "You're determining what becomes real." "That's a more accurate description than most people would understand," Eleanor confirmed, making adjustments to the lens configuration that allowed her to provide different types of illumination to various phenomena simultaneously. "The lighthouse serves as an anchor point between possibility and actuality. Everything you see requesting illumination exists in a state of potential manifestation. My choice of what to light and what to leave in darkness determines which possibilities become realities." She gestured toward the night registry, its pages filled with decades of documented encounters and philosophical reflections. Every lighthouse keeper since 1887 has understood this responsibility. We don't just tend a navigation beacon, we curate reality itself, choosing which aspects of Gotham's impossible nature deserve full manifestation and which are better left as whispers in the darkness. Batman examined the registry, noting the careful documentation that recorded not just what had been observed, but the reasoning behind each decision about illumination. The entries revealed a sophisticated understanding of supernatural phenomena, combined with deep philosophical reflection on the nature of reality and the responsibility that came with the power to influence what became real. "Some manifestations are clearly beneficial," Eleanor explained as she continued her work. "Ships carrying medical supplies, individuals whose purposes seem aligned with protecting others, historical events that deserve recognition and resolution. Others present more complex considerations, phenomena that might be beneficial under some circumstances but dangerous under others, manifestations that serve unclear purposes, entities whose intentions can't be easily determined." She pointed toward a section of the harbor where shadow forms moved through the water, their configurations suggesting intelligence and purpose, but revealing no clear indication of their goals or methods. "Those beings have been requesting illumination for the past 3 weeks. They appear to be organizing for some collective purpose, but I haven't been able to determine whether their intentions are beneficial or harmful. Until I understand more about what they represent, I maintain minimal illumination, enough to observe their behavior, insufficient to allow full manifestation." Batman studied the shadow forms through the lighthouse's powerful binoculars, noting their coordinated movements and apparent communication through gestures and positioning that suggested a sophisticated organizational structure. "Have you encountered similar entities before?" "Similar, but not identical," Eleanor replied, consulting earlier entries in the registry. "Water-based manifestations appear regularly, but they usually represent historical events. Ships that sank, passengers who were lost, cargo that never reached its intended destination. These beings seemed different, more purposeful, more connected to present circumstances rather than historical events. As they observed the harbor together, Eleanor explained the careful protocols she had developed for managing multiple manifestations simultaneously. Different types of phenomena required different approaches to illumination, and the lighthouse's lens could be configured to provide various qualities of light that would affect manifestations in specific ways. Pure white light provides the strongest manifestation effect, she explained, demonstrating the lens adjustments that changed the character of the beam. Most ghost ships and aerial phenomena require this type of illumination to maintain coherence in the present reality. Filtered light through colored glass can provide selective illumination that affects only certain types of manifestations, while leaving others unaffected. And interrupted light, brief flashes rather than sustained beams, can provide acknowledgement and guidance without full manifestation. Batman watched as Eleanor used these various illumination techniques to manage the complex supernatural activity in the harbor. A merchant vessel from the 1800s received steady white light that guided it safely to a historical dock that existed only when illuminated. Aerial figures from the 1940s were tracked with brief flashes that allowed them to navigate without fully materializing in the present. The temporal projection of historical Gotham received filtered light that acknowledged its presence while preventing complete manifestation. "You're conducting an orchestra of impossibilities," Batman observed with professional admiration. "It's a beautiful way to describe it," Eleanor agreed, pleased by the analogy. "Each manifestation has its own rhythm, its own requirements, its own relationship to the light. Learning to coordinate multiple phenomena simultaneously takes years of practice and careful observation of how different types of illumination affect various manifestations." As the night progressed, Eleanor introduced Batman to the historical context of the lighthouse's unique role in Gotham's supernatural ecosystem. She showed him entries from previous keepers that documented the evolution of their understanding, the development of illumination techniques, and the philosophical frameworks that guided their decisions about manifestation. The first keeper, Jeremiah Crane, initially thought his job was simply to provide navigation assistance to ships. Eleanor explained, showing Batman entries from the 1880s. But within weeks of the lighthouse's first operation, he began to notice that his light was attracting things that shouldn't exist. Ships from different eras, flying figures that predated human flight, manifestations of events that had occurred decades earlier. The early entries revealed a man struggling to understand phenomena that challenged everything he thought he knew about reality. But rather than dismissing what he observed, or seeking to avoid the supernatural encounters, Crane had embraced his role as an intermediary between the possible and the actual. November 15th, 1887. I begin to understand that the lighthouse serves a purpose beyond maritime navigation. The light calls forth things that exist in the spaces between memory and reality, between what was and what might be. Tonight I witnessed the merchant ship Resolution, lost in the Great Storm of 1863, attempting to complete a voyage that was interrupted by its destruction. I provided illumination to guide the vessel safely to harbor, understanding that some journeys require decades to complete, and some cargo must be delivered, regardless of the time required. Each keeper has added their own insights to the understanding, Eleanor continued, showing Batman entries from different decades that revealed the gradual development of sophisticated theories about manifestation and reality. We've learned that some phenomena are repetitive, historical events that replay regularly, seeking resolution or recognition. Others are responsive, entities that adjust their behavior based on how they're treated, whether they're acknowledged or ignored. The registry contained detailed taxonomies of supernatural phenomena, classification systems that organized manifestations by their apparent origins, purposes, and responses to illumination. Ghost ships were categorized by historical period, cargo type, and crew intentions. Aerial phenomena were classified by apparent propulsion methods, flight patterns, and interaction with observers. Shadow forms were organized by apparent intelligence levels, organizational structures, and response to different types of light. "This is remarkable," Batman said, studying the comprehensive documentation of Gotham's supernatural elements. "You've created a scientific framework for managing the impossible. We've tried to bring systematic thinking to phenomena that don't follow conventional rules," Eleanor replied. "Even impossible things display patterns, consistencies, predictable responses to specific stimuli. Understanding those patterns allows us to work with supernatural phenomena rather than simply being overwhelmed by them." As dawn approached, Eleanor began the careful process of managing the transition from night to day, when most supernatural manifestations would fade back into possibility and the harbor would return to its conventional appearance. This transition required delicate handling, as some manifestations could be damaged or disrupted by sudden changes in illumination. "The key is gradual adjustment," Eleanor explained as she slowly modified the lighthouse beam. "Abrupt changes in light can cause manifestations to collapse chaotically, sometimes creating temporal or spatial distortions that persist after the phenomena themselves have faded. Careful management of the transition allows manifestations to fade naturally, returning to their resting states without creating residual effects." Batman observed the process with fascination, watching as the various supernatural phenomena responded to the changing light by gradually becoming less substantial, less visible, less present in the immediate reality. The ghost ships became translucent and finally invisible. The aerial figures faded like morning mist. The temporal projection of historical Gotham dissolved back into memory and possibility. "Do they know?" Batman asked. "Do the manifestations understand what's happening to them?" "Some do, some don't," Eleanor replied thoughtfully. "The more intelligent manifestations seem to understand that they exist in a transitional state, that their presence in reality depends on external factors like illumination and observation. They often express gratitude for being acknowledged, for being allowed to complete their purposes or deliver their messages." She gestured toward the harbor, now showing only conventional maritime traffic as the morning sun began to illuminate the waters. Others seemed trapped in their own purposes, endlessly repeating the same actions, following the same routes, pursuing goals that may no longer be relevant. They don't appear to understand that centuries have passed, or that the world they're trying to interact with has changed. As the lighthouse settled into its daytime routine of automated operation, Eleanor completed her documentation of the night's activities, recording the phenomena she had encountered, the decisions she had made about illumination, and her observations about the continuing evolution of supernatural activity in Gotham Harbor. "The manifestations have been increasing in frequency and complexity," she told Batman as she worked. "More phenomena appearing each night, more sophisticated interactions between different types of manifestations, more evidence of coordination and purpose among entities that previously seemed to operate independently." Batman studied the trend charts that Eleanor had developed to track supernatural activity over time, noting the clear pattern of escalation that correlated with his own observations of increased anomalous events throughout Gotham. Something is changing in the city's supernatural landscape. Exactly, Eleanor confirmed. For 40 years, I've maintained a relatively stable balance, managing individual manifestations and isolated phenomena. But recently, the balance has been shifting. More entities are requesting illumination. More historical events are attempting to replay. More aspects of Gotham's impossible nature are pressing for full manifestation. She showed Batman her projections for continued escalation, graphs that suggested supernatural activity might soon exceed her ability to manage through traditional lighthouse keeping methods. I may need to consider new approaches, new techniques, new partnerships to maintain the balance between possibility and reality. I'd like to coordinate our efforts, Batman offered. Share information about supernatural activity throughout the city, cross-section our observations, work together to understand what's driving the escalation. Eleanor nodded, making notes about potential collaboration. I've been hoping for exactly this kind of partnership. The lighthouse provides an excellent observation point for harbor-based phenomena, but my perspective is limited to what I can see from this position. Your broader knowledge of Gotham's supernatural landscape could help me understand the larger patterns that affect manifestation activity. As Batman prepared to leave, Eleanor walked with him to the lighthouse's base, where the rocky promontory met the harbor waters. The morning sun revealed a scene of peaceful maritime activity. Fishing boats heading out for the day's work, commercial vessels following their scheduled routes, harbor pilot boats guiding ships to their berths. Nothing in the conventional daylight scene suggested the supernatural drama that played out in these same waters every night. The work is often lonely, Eleanor admitted as they stood overlooking the harbor. 40 years of making decisions about reality, of choosing what deserves light and what should remain in darkness, of managing phenomena that most people would dismiss as impossible. It's encouraging to meet someone who understands the scope of what we're dealing with. You've been doing essential work, Batman replied, protecting the city from manifestations that could cause chaos or harm, providing guidance to entities that deserve recognition and assistance, maintaining the balance that allows Gotham to function despite its supernatural elements. The city owes you a debt that it doesn't even know exists. Eleanor smiled, pleased by the recognition from someone who understood the true nature of her responsibilities. It's what keepers do. Someone has to tend the light, someone has to make the choices, someone has to ensure that the boundary between possibility and reality remains navigable. As Batman departed, disappearing into the morning shadows with the same quiet efficiency he had displayed upon arrival, Eleanor began her preparation for the day's rest. The lighthouse would continue its automated operation, providing conventional navigation assistance to ordinary vessels throughout the daylight hours. But as evening approached, she would return to the lamp room, ready to resume her true work as curator of reality and guardian of the boundary between what was and what might be. The night registry would be updated with new entries, documenting the continuing evolution of supernatural phenomena and the ongoing challenge of managing manifestation in a city where the impossible pressed constantly against the boundaries of the real. Each night would bring new phenomena requesting illumination, new decisions about what deserved light and what should remain in comfortable darkness, new opportunities to guide lost souls and provide acknowledgement to entities that existed in the spaces between memory and reality. Eleanor settled into her quarters for the day's rest, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of generations of lighthouse keepers who had faced the same challenges and made the same difficult choices about what aspects of the impossible deserved admission to the world of the living. Tonight, she would return to her post, ready to continue the conversation with darkness itself, prepared to make whatever decisions were necessary to maintain the delicate balance that allowed both the ordinary and the extraordinary to coexist in the same harbor waters. The lighthouse would stand as it had for over a century, its beam cutting through darkness to illuminate what needed to be seen, while leaving other things mercifully hidden. Ships would find their way safely to harbor, aerial phenomena would receive the guidance they required, and the temporal projections of historical Gotham would be acknowledged without being allowed to disrupt the present reality. Because someone had to tend the light, someone had to make the choices, someone had to ensure that the conversation between possibility and actuality continued with wisdom, compassion, and the understanding that some responsibilities transcended the boundaries between the real and the impossible. Eleanor Brightwater would be there, ready to provide whatever illumination was needed, to make whatever decisions were required, to maintain the balance that protected both the manifestations seeking reality and the city that provided the stage for their eternal performances. The night registry would continue to grow, documenting each encounter and preserving the accumulated wisdom of those who understood that the most important conversations often took place in the spaces between light and shadow. As evening approached and the lighthouse prepared for another night of managing the impossible, Eleanor reflected on her conversation with Batman and the potential for expanding the network of those who understood Gotham's supernatural nature. For decades she had worked in isolation, making critical decisions about reality without consultation or support from others who might understand the scope of her responsibilities. But perhaps the time had come to share the burden, to coordinate efforts with other guardians who worked to protect the city from different aspects of its supernatural nature. The hospital nurses who treated patients with impossible conditions, the bridge operators who documented temporal anomalies, the subway maintenance crews who navigated passages through time, all were part of a larger network of ordinary people doing extraordinary work to keep Gotham functioning despite its supernatural complexity. The lighthouse beam would shine again tonight, calling forth phenomena that requested acknowledgement and illumination while maintaining the careful balance that prevented chaos and confusion. Ghost ships would complete their eternal voyages, aerial figures would navigate safely through the darkness, and the temporal projections of historical Gotham would receive the recognition they sought without disrupting the present reality. And Eleanor Brightwater would be there to witness it all, to guide it all, to ensure that the conversation between light and darkness continued with the wisdom and compassion that 40 years of lighthouse keeping had taught her. The night registry would record each encounter, preserving the stories of entities that existed in the spaces between possibility and reality, maintaining the historical record of a city where the impossible was simply another aspect of daily life that required careful management and understanding. The work would continue, as it had for generations before and would for generations to come, because someone had to tend the light, someone had to make the choices, and someone had to ensure that the boundary between what was and what might be remained navigable for all who sought passage between the worlds of memory and reality. As darkness settled over Gotham Harbor and the lighthouse prepared for another night of impossible work, Eleanor climbed the spiral staircase toward the lamp room where her true responsibilities awaited. The lens would focus light into conversations with darkness. The registry would record new encounters with phenomena that challenged understanding, and the careful balance between possibility and reality would be maintained through wisdom, compassion, and the accumulated knowledge of those who understood that the most important work often happened in the spaces that others couldn't see. The beacon would shine, the manifestations would respond, and the eternal conversation between light and darkness would continue for another night in a city where the impossible was simply another aspect of the geography that required navigation, understanding, and the careful attention of those dedicated to maintaining the balance that allowed both the ordinary and the extraordinary to coexist in the same harbor waters. Eleanor reached the lamp room, ready to begin another night of tending the light that served purposes far beyond conventional navigation, prepared to make whatever decisions were necessary to maintain the delicate equilibrium that protected Gotham from chaos, while acknowledging the supernatural elements that were as much a part of the city's true nature as its streets, buildings, and ordinary citizens who went about their daily lives unaware of the impossible dramas that played out in the darkness around them. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.